Let's keep it simple today and do a character update. I should probably draw Hexava, since she doesn't have official art yet. At least not my version. Down. Up. Why are you like that? There you go. And let's look for a different pose. And this one's fine. Alright. to do her markings as a separate color. Basic shape first. Hello, hello. Oh, I hope you have a good day. Be safe. I need to change the delay thing on streams if I can. I'll have to do that after the stream's over. Make a note to remind myself. Yeah, I wanted to make her artwork make my version of her artwork this time. Get that out of the way. Like, I know I technically don't have to do this, but makes it feel more like a complete transition from the original artist to mine. Today will be probably just a short 2-hour stream, and then next time I'll definitely make it longer. This is just to get me back into it. Space Marines in there. pretty much not much. Pretty much nothing has to really change about her initial pose. She's kind of fine the way she is. Hello, hello. Let's thin her up just a little bit more. And my bad habit of drawing in the middle. Although in that version, she looks like she's leaning a little bit too forward. Haven't really experimented with that kind of pose. Greetings, hello, welcome. Damn, tomorrow's Friday already? This week went fast. This is Hexava. She is a witch, basically. So, and her main thing is she goes around collecting magical artifacts, sometimes selling ones that are just kind of like meh. She used to be part of a magical academy until she... I'm debating on if it's either left or was expelled from it due to her diving into like dark arts and stuff like that. But she appears in the I Had Secrets comic with Caitlyn. I'm just drawing my version of the character since she's one of the many adopts that I haven't updated into my style yet. Now do her markings as a different way. And yes, she is rather tall. Has a big ass tail too. Yeah, and she's attempted to collect some of the some celestial items, but due to what happens with Caitlyn, she ends up losing one. Not sure if she has more than one artifact, but we'll see. We love big tails. That we do if there are any Arknights fans. That was such a fun event. Team Big Tails versus Thin Tails. I was like, this is a thing. This is an actual event and an actual plot in the story. And one of the characters gets fucking high. And she either lives, depending on how you do her story, or she dies, depending on how you do her story. I want to say it was Squire, but I can't remember. I know it started with an S, if I remember right. I might be completely wrong on that. But that was a fun event. And then you get to unlock one of the characters who has a fat ass tail. It's like, god damn, she has a thick tail. Yeah, Arknights is super free to play friendly. Like, very rarely have I been in a scenario where I'm like, damn, I didn't get the character I wanted, so I have to spend some money. And then any other time, if I ever did spend money on the game, it would be just for cosmetics. And even then, the cosmetics are fairly cheap for like several that you can get. So yeah, I would say Arknights is definitely the most free-to-play friendly as far as I'm aware. Because I don't play that many gacha games. But the one... Well, no. I will say Arknights and Brown Dust 2 are the most gacha friendly games, because Brown Dust 2 gives you a shit ton of free rolls. Like, I had gotten to the point where I had like 200 free rolls. And most of that was just because I didn't feel like maxing out whatever character I was unlocking. I was like, nah, I can do that later. And they even give you items to help you max them out anyway. Or, not max out, but like level up. So, or rank up, whatever it's called. So you technically don't even have to roll for more copies of them. You can just get items to let you do it. No, it's been around for like 2-3 years now. I know it's been on Steam recently, or was on Steam recently. I don't know if it's officially on there due to the whole it's too risque bullshit. But it's been around for a few years. Like, the advertisement I saw for the game to get me to play it was one of the characters named Diana, and it's a version of her that you can unlock where she's drunk, and during her animation, it just shows her ass. Like, she's still wearing clothing and she has like underwear and stuff like that, but it's just her clothing ripping because her ass was too big, so it just rips the backside of it. And I was like, okay, I'll give this game a try, and then I find out it's like super fucking user friendly. And it's been one of my favorite games that I play all the time. And the animations in that game are godlike. Like, they are just on the border, on the line of between hentai and safe for work. But they are really well done. Yeah, because there was a situation that happened recently where this could be because of the whole certain groups of people going after risque games and trying to get them censored bullshit. And so Brown Test 2 was caught in that, and they almost they almost censored the game so that way they wouldn't have this problem. But a lot of the fans voiced their opinion of it and said like, hey, this game is, you know, the whole risque animation is the game's identity. Like, that's pretty much the game, the whole point of, like, obviously not the point of the game. You know, there's the game mechanics and story and all that, but the animation is what got everybody's attention and stuff like that, and the character designs. And censoring it was just a horrible thing to do. And so everyone voiced like, hey, just if whatever region of the world that has to have that censored, just make it censored for them, because if you don't have to do that to everybody else, it makes no sense to do it. And they listened. They said okay, and so they did that. And sure, there's a chance that going forward in the future they might preemptively censor certain characters before they show them off, because they usually show them during streams and stuff like that. So there's a chance that certain characters might get censored before they even show them to us. But at least they've shown that they've heard us speak about the matter, and so far it doesn't look like future characters have been censored, or at least not the way that they've been showing off in the animation. So, for all I know, if you know, they're staying true to their work. Because looking at their more recent characters, like, Jesus, like there's a character who has a version of her where it's a magical girl transformation, but she turns basically butt-ass naked. I mean, obviously you don't see anything, but it's clear that she's naked. But does the whole magical girl transformation, and then her wand makes it look like it comes from her womb, and then comes out and then she grabs it. I'm just like, Jesus. So they aren't holding back with their ideas. But yeah, Brown Dust 2 is a great game. Yeah, because like you can always, like, obviously the basic mechanics of the game, like, you know, it's a RPG battle system thing, kind of like Disgaea, I want to say. It's like a easier Disgaea, But or it might as well just be like RPG with like range damage and all that. But like the whole risque artwork is like the biggest thing that catches everybody's attention. So if you start censoring all that, and we're aware that it's being like, it would be different if they had that mentality from the start of, okay, we're only gonna, you know, not go too far with character designs and the animations, sure. But the fact that they were already doing the risque stuff for like 2 or 3 years, and then suddenly having to censor all that, that's just a blemish on this franchise. And it also sucks if they're doing it because another country can't handle it for some stupid reason. It's like, oh no, these cartoon drawings are gonna be a problem. It's like, well, I guess if you're not an adult, you probably shouldn't be looking at it then. And if you are an adult and you still have a problem with it, then just go away. It's not for you. Like, I don't understand why we can't have this simple concept of, if you don't like it, then go away. Oh, yeah, because a lot of gacha games right now are region blocking certain countries now because those other countries are trying to force the whole age verification bullshit, and nobody wants to do that, but they don't want to like break the law either. So it's like, okay, then we'll just not make the game available for those areas. And in some cases, that's kind of a big hit because countries like China and stuff like that would be a major loss. But those countries are hard because like certain countries don't allow like decapitation for like, you know, horror stuff and stuff like that. They don't allow too much gore, sexual content, or suggestive content. It's a laundry list depending on where you go. So I can understand why certain companies will be like, well, we'll just censor it globally so that way we don't have to deal with this. But if you're already established how your franchise is, and then you suddenly start bending the knee, then it becomes a problem. Because it just tells us that that they don't have the backbone to, you know, support their own work. And they'd rather censor themselves than to just, you know, stay true to what they are. Like, obviously, if you're breaking, like, certain laws here, like, oh, this is, like, content that shouldn't be around type of thing, then sure, I can understand that situation. But again, it wholly depends on what that is. But yeah, like, if you're making something that's supposed to be uncensored or, you know, artistic and stuff like that, and something else is trying to force you to change it, then personally I wouldn't change it. It's like, guys, it's a fucking drawing, or it's a cartoon, or whatever the hell it is. It's not real. Get over it. If you don't like it, fine, but you don't have to ruin it for everybody else. Hey, Frost. But yeah, I'm just a person who does not like censorship of art, period, the end. That's literally what tags and labels and ratings and stuff like that are for. I don't need a government or country telling me what is right. I completely understand the differences between right and wrong. And I also understand what is real and fake. It just boils down to parents need to parent and stop being stupid and purposely choosing to relinquish their rights just because they're lazy. It's like, man, it's so hard to watch my kids. I guess we should ban alcohol. It's like, are you serious? And all it's gonna do is just push people to be creative into getting around these restrictions and other nonsense. So you're better off just doing what you need to do and leave up the rest to fucking parents. Because if parents aren't gonna parent, that's not our fault. I'm not here to babysit somebody else's kid. Or people that can't handle fiction. Oh, Subnautica 2 finally came out? Like, I never played the original, but I was watching videos about it recently, how a company was trying to prevent it from releasing, so that way they wouldn't have to pay the developers a bonus. And I think they won... Either they won the lawsuit, or it got ruled to just be like, well, these guys are still in charge. You guys don't get to decide when it doesn't come out or whatever bullshit, whatever the nonsense was. Because I think one of the people they tried to remove was like still owner of the part of the company where they could release the game, because it was already ready to be released, and they were trying to suppress it. That's cool. I'll have to look into it. I've only heard of the games. I've never played them or seen them. I just know it has to do with the ocean, I think. But yeah, it was in some weird lawsuit thing where a company was trying to weasel out of paying more money. Because I think it was like 200 million or something like that, or maybe even more. It's probably more now that I'm thinking about it. That's cool. That's cool. If the artists and designers can scare you, then they've done their job. Give it a little bit of thigh squish. But yeah, I'm always going to be in support of artistic choices and all that, and not censorship. Because again, if people are like, "Oh, this should be censored," blah blah blah, all that's telling me is those are the people that shouldn't be there, regardless of their age. It's like, if you can't handle it, then why are you here? And if their response is, "Oh, well, we don't want kids seeing it," well, it's like, well, it's labeled M for mature or whatever the hell it's labeled for, and if the wrong people are seeing it and they're children, then I guess their parents are failures. And if they say, well, we can't always watch what our kids see and stuff like that all the time, like we can't, helicopter them for 24/7, it's like, you know what, that's fair. Obviously, you can't be there 24/7. The best you can do is, set up the correct parental controls and locks and whatever. And if they still happen to see it, the best you can do at that point is just make sure they understand that it's not real, that it's fantasy, or if it's something like adult and mature, like they're seeing like, you know, sexual content and all that, then I guess you're just gonna have to explain the birds and the bees to them a little bit sooner than expected. Or if you never plan to explain that to them, well, you're going to have to anyway. And you just got to make sure that they understand properly and not try to, you know, dance around the subject. And if they understand and they're mature enough to, you know, get through that conversation, then that's basically it. Like, there's nothing more you can really do. And regardless, whether you, like, even if you were 24/7 around them, be like, okay, I'm making sure my kid is not on the computer to see this subject, you still have to worry about the other thousands of children out there who are exposed to that stuff and who are willing to show their friends that kind of content. I mean, that's how horror content gets popular. Like, a lot of horror stuff wasn't meant for kids, and they still see it, and they still get interested, and they still, you know, want to they still want to experience it and stuff like that. So it's gonna happen. It just boils down to how parents deal with the situation when it comes up. Me, I was already into mature art before my mom had a chance to explain that shit to me. Well, no, that's not true. She already explained the whole birds and bees stuff early, but when it actually came down to, like, you know, seeing artwork stuff like that going on, um, I had already known, you know, differences between reality. Like, again, none of this was like over my head. I was just mature about it already, and I was just like, I'm more interested in the actual art than whatever it was supposed to represent. If anything, it was harder to explain people buying weight gain art than it was to discuss sexual content. Cats and dragons, exactly. But yeah, like, again, it's fair to say that parents can't be there all the time. Like, that is 100% fair. But if it happens, then it boils down to how their parents can explain it to their child for whatever it is they see. Explain that, you know, like, if it has to do with fantasy horror stuff or whatever, or like, you know, creepypasta stuff, or like, you know, Slenderman and shit like that, that's up for parents to explain to their children that, hey, that stuff's not real. Harming other people to summon a demon is not a real thing. It's just fantasy, it's fiction, it's a story, it's not true, it's not real. Like, do your best to explain that, and if they somehow still do something based off of that amount of information, that's another matter. Because it's like, you know, you did what you did and they still committed a crime or something like that. I mean, that's up to the world at that point. But at least you put in your effort to try to explain that scenario. And some people will still say, like, well, it's still the fault of the fiction that the incident happened. And it's like, no, the fiction can't make you do anything. You chose willingly to do something bad. So trying to blame it on a cartoon or artwork or whatever else, a video game, music, whatever, that's not a thing. None of those things can make you do anything. You choose to do that. Oh, there was another thing. I need to remember to put like a black square around, behind that so I can see. You know what? Let's do that now. Hold on a sec. Just so I don't forget. New. I don't know if there's like a shape or something that I can make, so I'll just do it this way. Do this. Get rid of this just in case. Export. Da-da. Where is it? Should be in here. Oh, no, wrong thing. Streams. I'll just call it black. Doesn't matter because it's only black. Alright, source, where is it? Media. Oh, they actually do have one. Cool. Color block. I'll just call it black. Or, no, I don't do that. Black. Cool. Chat box. There it is. Okay, change the opacity. That's not it. Where's the opacity? No. Where is the opacity? No, I don't need to transform. Just with the opacity. Where's the opacity? Oops. Disable that. I don't know what that was. Grr, where's the opacity? Nope. Bring that back up. Where is the opacity? The wicked bitch of the west, ha. Like, I saw the word bitch, but I couldn't see the rest of it, so that's what made me wanna do this. Seriously though, where the hell is the fucking opacity? Maybe it's in edit transform? No? Why is this the only thing missing? Edit filters? No? Like, seriously, this is like the one thing that you would think that would be here easily, and I can't find it. Oh, maybe this is it. Nope, goddamn. Ugh. The sad part is I know it's somewhere simple. I know it's going to be in like some easy little spot. Use the transformation, no. Filters, no. Blending mode, no. Oh my dear god, where is it? It's just showing me width and height. It's not showing me anything else. Oh my god, this is gonna get to me. Hold on, let me look this up. Streamlabs. Change opacity. One of the things that shows up, am I blind? Where do I find this? Are you fucking serious? Okay, so I had that like add something to it. Assuming I even can. No. No. Blending mode, no. 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 Hold on. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong one. Streamlabs. Click on this, add. I don't see what they're suggesting. Cell shading, grayscale, no. It says add color correction layer, but I don't. Ah, there it is. God damn. Okay, so let me fuck around with that now. Move this over so I can see. Okay, that should be dark enough. Alright, there. Done. Let's just lock this fucker and never have to think about it ever again. God damn. Anyway, sorry for that delay. Back to this. This part out of the way. I don't like how long that is. Might adjust her hands after this part. This part of it. Let's make our hands a little more interesting. There we go. Hello, doing alright. Just making my version of this character. Or my art style of this character. Don't like how that part doesn't line up though. I have to fix that. It's a little better. Hello, hello. Thank you. Alright, so got that. Have to do her clothing bit by bit. Just to get it right. Yes, this character is an adopt. Or was originally an adopt. I did a complete sentence. Here, a little bit more strength. I'll have to look at that later. But yeah, there's been like adopts of characters that have hell of a boss designs that I've seen. They're okay, but it just kind of for me, defeats the point when there's like the majority of them just look like Luna, and I'm just kind of like, eh. Because they either look like Luna, they look like any of the imps like Millie and Moxie and all that, or you might get a more original one. But most of the ones I've seen have just been Luna, the imps, and maybe one that looks like Stolas. And maybe Fizzarali because he has the more jester look. Yeah, I've seen those too, where it's just Pokemon, but either busty and thick, or just have like a slight different color, or just have like long hair, long flowing hair, and that's kind of it. Like some adopts I have are Pokemon inspired, but I tried to go for the ones that don't remind you of a Pokemon like immediately. Or, like, if they are in Pokemon inspired, you'd have to really think about it. Like, let me find the few that I've gotten. Because I can only think of, like, 3, maybe 4 that look that way. Like, this one's Pokemon inspired, but you wouldn't really think that immediately. Unless I specifically told you that. Like, you can see the... Let me grab a red color. Like, you can see the Lopunny inspired parts. You can see the Celebi parts. Honestly, no idea what this is referencing. Could be anything, honestly. I'm sure there's some other Pokemon that I'm not thinking of right now, but there's at least 2 or 3 Pokemon bits within this character. But you wouldn't think that immediately. Unless someone told you. So there's that one. This one's a little bit closer to being reminded of a Pokemon. Let me find it. Dun, 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 dun. Where are you? Ah, here we go. So there's this one. Like, this one you could clearly tell is inspired by Grovyle, and then even the name is a bit of a dead giveaway. Or at least the original name. I've changed the character's name since then, because I wasn't going to go by that. But this one looks way more original compared to, like, one that would just be Grovyle, but, like, I don't know, has, like, a longer leaf and maybe some, like, long hair or something, but then it'd be colored, like, red or something like that. Yeah, Sonic is definitely my initial inspiration. But yeah, it's like a combination of like dozens of things that I've liked. And then let me find one more. I think there's one more. Let me just glance through this real quick. If I see it immediately, then I'll bring it up. If I don't, then I'll just leave it at that. No, I already shown you. Trying to see if I have like one more Pokemon inspired character. Like the adopts that I go for, I try to get the most original ones. Every once in a while, I might end up getting like one that has like a that has like a base type of thing and is based on that. But most of the time, I try to go for like the most original looking, like ones that you wouldn't normally come across easily. I'm almost through this. I don't think there is another one. Doesn't look like it. Almost at the end. Like, I can see ones that are referencing other characters. But I can always change that up. I don't see other Pokemon inspired one, but here's another one where you can clearly tell it's based off of like Leatherhead from like Ninja Turtles. And we can cover that. Well, I don't need to cover it up. That's not the point of this explanation. But like, yeah, like you can see that he's wearing clothing that's based off of like Leatherhead and stuff like that. So I'm likely gonna change up his look in the future to make him look a little bit more original. But yeah, like if there's something off, I can always fix it and tweak it for myself. But other than that, I usually try to go for the more original ones. Like, let me bring up one that's just like ridiculous looking, where it's like, okay, not sure where we would have come up with that idea, type of thing. Like, where are they? Here we go. So like this one I adopted because it looks like a character who got corrupted by like a organic techno virus thing, and looks way different from her like original form. And so that's why I adopted like this type of art style, or from the person that had this type of art style, because it was really like inspiring. It's like, oh, I know exactly what to do with this, and I can make it like kind of like the Borg or any other type of hive mind entity type of thing. So yeah, like in the future, I definitely want to do a storyline that has to do with these creatures. And because they come with like their original forms, let me bring that up real quick. Yeah, this is fine. So because it comes with like their original forms, it just makes it more interesting, because we get to see them from two different perspectives. So it's like, oh, we get to see them before and after they were corrupted, type of thing. Or if they did get infected, they might wear, you know, something like these suits, type of thing, to try to counter it for a while until it goes out of hand. So yeah, like stuff like that is what I usually go for. Let me see if there was like one more version of that, because I know there was like okay, no, that was the final for that one. So yeah, because like some of them have like 4 or 5 forms type of thing, and they go like drastically different from their initial look, but they all have like a pattern to their design that I liked. And so I basically, when I adopted these characters, I made them like a particular species of organic virus type of thing, or like a hive mind entity. So eventually I'm going to dive into that. So that'll be fun in the future. Like, let me bring up one more before we move on. Here's one with like multiple forms. And there could be like different paths of the form too. Either it can be like, one could be like the highest version of it, or I can like swap it around. Me, I like to swap it around. So like, for example, this one, to me, happens before the other two, because the other two feel more like a solidified end. So like, maybe this was the one that I circled. Maybe that one's the one where they try to control whatever abilities they gained from being infected. And then eventually it just started taking over more and more until it eventually just becomes, you know, the same design-wise as the other versions, or the other creatures, because they eventually fall into like a pattern. So that's what I would want to do with this type of thing. So yeah, that was mainly my goals when I started adopting characters. I've stopped now since I have like 351 of them now, if I've counted correctly. So I have more than enough at this point, so I don't need any more. Let me just put this here, just in case I need to. It'll probably get covered up by her hair. But yeah, some of the adopts that I've seen where they don't stray away from making it look like a certain character, Like, I understand why they do it, because obviously if people are into Luna and they want to have like their own Luna, then you're gonna make a character that looks close to Luna but is like original enough type of thing. Like, I get that. It just boils down to like how much of the design is too much of the source. Especially like the Pokemon one. The Pokemon ones I feel are like almost no effort. Like, some of them are, like the one I showed you, or the ones that I've shown you, some of them have a little bit more effort, but then you'll just have ones that are like literally the Pokemon, but it's like a different color, maybe bustier and just has hair or something. And that's it. Those are the adopts that I avoid. Personally. Like, if other people want to adopt them, that's, you know, that's their business. That's perfectly fine. But for me, I intentionally avoid those. Alright, let's do your underwear at least. Get that squared away, and then we can move up the list. We'll do her head a little bit last, because I want to make sure I get everything else situated. According to this, goes more. See, that's the weird part about these hips is that it makes it look like the underwear goes like that. Underwear is weird sometimes. Yeah, that's why I like the Grovile referenced one, because I knew what the reference was, but it looked different enough that I'm like, okay, this looks like it could be a more original character. And so I went for that one, due to that reason, because like, because I do bring up the character in one of the Ask the Casts. Let me find her. It was this one. So I had her show up in like a brief Astacast where she just, you know, enjoyed herself at Skylar's restaurant. Nothing crazy. But like, see here, you wouldn't really know that she was based on Grovile unless I told you. And like, maybe the big leaf is like the only dead giveaway, but that's kind of it. Everything else you wouldn't really know. But yeah, to me that was more original than just looks like Grovile but blue or something like that. Because like, I've seen like Eevee adopts where it's just like Umbreon, but instead of the rings being yellow, they're blue, and maybe they have like more frizzy hair or something like that, and like they're wearing a jacket. And like, clothing is one thing. Like, clothing, you know, you can go all over the place with clothing, but when the base design is just X Pokemon but blue, then I'm just kind of like, meh. And again, that's just me. If anybody likes that easiness or the simplicity of that, that's perfectly fine. It's just a me thing. It's like, I personally wouldn't get adopt characters like that. Especially when you know someone's just gonna point that out like immediately when you show it to them. It's just be like, oh yeah, here's my OC. And it's like, oh, it's Blaziken, but it has blue hair or blue fur or feathers. Or like when you see comics of OCs, but they're just like Renamon, that just has big boobs and maybe wears clothes, but that's kind of it. Or they change the color and, I don't know, change the symbols on her gloves, and that's kind of it, type of thing. Those are the designs that just kind of not irk me, but like annoy me to a certain degree. Oh yeah, you can find them all over the place. I see them all the time. I guess it's when they're used in certain ways, it just pulls me out of whatever, because like, when I see those types of character designs in comics and stuff like that, when people make a comic around it, It's literally like the only thing that pulls me out of it, because I feel like they could have just made an original character rather than basing it off an existing character. I will say the Sonic style is probably the hardest to make OCs for, because the Sonic style, you know, everyone has a base that makes them look like they're from Sonic if you go off of that art style. So it's a little harder to be original on that, because all of them are going to look like Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Rouge. Obviously Shadow if you make their quill spike up. But like, those type of designs are definitely harder to make adopts for, or not even adopts, but just like original characters from. Like, I can understand that, and I guess the only thing to help is like, as long as they're not based in Sonic, like they're not from Sonic, like they have their own original story type of thing, then they're fine. If you are going to make it based off of Sonic, I guess the only character you would really have to explain, or a character design you would have to explain, is if you're basing it off of Shadow. Because it feels like Shadow's design, in terms of like his markings and stuff like that, are the unique part about him. So you would have to explain why there's another character with those markings, specifically. It's like one of those things where it's harder to ignore. And that's the hard part about Sonic, using characters based off of Sonic designs. Yeah, like even Silver, like even if you looked at Silver's like concept art, he looks like just like a Sonic fan design, but like they had to like make his like quills all crazy, sparked up and all that to try to make him original. And then he has like the chest fur, so that immediately makes you think of Shadow. And then even with the black lines around his eyes, it's like, okay, is it just Shadow's design but with black type of thing? And he's like, you know, slightly different. And that sucks for Silver, because we know that Silver's a little bit more of an original design, especially with his old concept art, because his concept art was crazier looking. So it's really hard to like not make the character, like if you make any Hedgehog character, it's either gonna look like Sonic, Shadow, maybe Amy because of like the shorter quills and like the frill in front of her head, the bangs. And then because anything else, if you make it long, like if you make like the quills really long, it's gonna be like, oh, is it like Knuckles type of thing? Which again, Silver falls into this problem, because Silver's like a mix of like Sonic, like a little bit of Knuckles if we count like the two long quills thing, and then Shadow because of the spiked up thing. Luckily, it's like in the front of his head, so that's like pulls like, damn, it's really hard to make Silver look unique just because these other characters exist. And it also doesn't help that he came out at a time where we had like the Archie comics, so there was already other Sonic related characters with ridiculous designs, or like more grounded designs because of the Freedom Fighters. So that's why I give Sonic designs a little bit more leeway, because it's really hard to pull out of that. Because if you're trying to stick with the style, there's a limit to it. Because you either, I think I have an example of this actually. Let me see. I think I have an example of this somewhere. Official. Because some of the Archie and Freedom Fighter character designs, at least after like a certain point, because of art choices or art style, as soon as this loads, come on. Because there's a point where the characters just look way more mature looking in some cases, and then they look more cartoony. So it's like, really hard to pick one or the other. Okay, so here's a good example. So I'm gonna pick these. I'm gonna pick 1, 2. Let's do this one. And where's the original? Oh, there she is. Okay, so you have these versions of Bunny Rabbit. So you have this one from the Archie version. Then you have this one from Sat AM. This one's also from Archie, it's just another angle. And then this was the reboot version. So the reboot version makes her look more in line to what we have now with modern Sonic. But if we're going off of Sat AM, where she has the chibi style of classic Sonic, it's like, well, damn. It's like, where am I going with this? Might be easier if I can bring them all on the same screen. Yeah. So yeah, so we got I think this would just be the better choice right here. So yeah, so we got a very wild designs of the same character. And it's not even like alternate versions of the character, although you could argue that the one in the middle is an alternate at this point. But let me put them in order. But these two over here are the same character. Like they're not in an alternate dimension. They're not like a doppelganger things. Like no, like these two are the same character. The third one is technically the same character, but she's from the timeline where a lot of stuff got retconned due to legal stuff with Ken Penders and stuff like that. But then they give her back her original memories, but then she has to like operate in the new world because some of her old memories start to fade in that storyline. But all three of them are the same character. So you really got to think about it that way. Yeah, but that's the thing with Sonic designs is because as time passes when you're making the comic, you're treating all the characters as if they're the same size because in the Sonic universe, all of the characters are like 3'3" or something like that, or like 3 foot tall, and I think like the tallest is like Vanilla, and I think she's either 4 foot something or 5 foot at the most. But yeah, like all the characters are technically this like all three of these right now, all three bunnies are technically the same size. They just look different, like so drastically different. And that's and that happens because when you're drawing the comics, eventually your mind is just going to think they're all the same size and you start getting more relaxed with their figures type of thing. And then you just have that design. Obviously, when we had like the cartoon, there was like the whole, you had to stay with the art style, you have to stay with the designs and stuff like that, be consistent. With the comics had multiple different artists, and eventually you're just gonna get wild designs. Like I can get rid of that one. Let me see if I have one more example, because there was like a point in the comics where the characters just had like even more off-model designs. Like, I think we can use this one. Might just change it. Like, technically, here this is another one where they tried to make the characters a little bit more cartoony, but you can clearly tell that it's just like what it's like even more warped because we started with the tall looking one, but then it like simplified harder, and it doesn't make sense when we already had something else established. But again, this is mostly due to like having different artists work on the comics throughout the years. So it's more of a and this happens with Marvel and DC as well, where you have one comic that looks more realistic or has like a more gritty art design, and then like after that arc's over and you go into the next arc, you have a art style that's a little bit more simple or a little bit more cartoony or more saturated. So it boils down to whoever's working on the artwork at the time. Like, here's like another example of the Destructics, where you have the characters looking more closer to the Sonic designs, but it's a lot more simplified and loose compared to what we had before. And funny enough, this takes place still before we get this version of Bunny. So yeah, it's just wild on how to make Sonic designs more more unique, because if you stick to the source material, then all the characters basically look like, Sonic fan art characters. But if you go to Wild, it's like, oh, this was a Sonic character. And then if you somehow fit in the middle, then it's like, this character looks a little bit more mature. So that's like the problem. So like over here is trying to stick with Sonic characters. Or no, over here would be like trying to stick with the source of them all being chibi and all that, but it'd be kind of clear that they're supposed to be Sonic. Especially if you're going off of different animal designs, because like Bunny is a little bit more unique in her case. But if we're going off of this one, it's like, okay, it's clearly Sonic. She has the Sonic, she has like the typical Sonic style that's going on with her. But then if you're going in the middle, people are going to be like, wait, oh, that's a Sonic character? And unless you knew that she was a Sonic character already, that's just going to be confusing as fuck. But yeah, that's why I give Sonic designs more of a handicap, because like, yeah, I don't blame you if you're trying to make a unique Sonic OC, and people might get them confused with, oh, it's a Sonic ripoff or a Shadow ripoff, and it's like, no, that's just the dangers of the art style. You're just gonna have that problem when it comes to that. Because like, if you're gonna make a character based off of like Jujutsu Kaisen or something, like, unless they're wearing like the school uniform thing, that's basically it. You're not gonna know that character is from it unless somebody told you. Oh yeah, Sonic designs go fucking wild. Like, because I have some of the like model sheet stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Not for everybody, but I try to get them for... Because there's different model sheets nowadays. Because there's that one. Trying to find older ones. Oh yeah, here's Bunnies again. You can use that. Where's the one with Sonic and Friends? Oh, there's a classic one. I can show that real quick. Looking for the older ones. Oh yeah, I can use this one because sometimes the art style changes even officially. Yeah, I can grab that one too while I'm at it. I'm looking for like the old ones. Might be in a different format. I swear I should have seen it by now. Wait, which one's that one? No. I think we're good. I'm almost done going through these. Because I save all this stuff. Is that it? No, that's for the modern stuff. I could show like the classic art style too. Yeah, we'll grab that one too. Okay, hopefully all these load up. Okay, cool. So we have the modern style of how they do character designs, where they have them doing like a kind of like a pose, and then they do like the turnaround, they remove whatever they need to remove to kind of show more of the character and stuff like that. So you got like the typical character sheet. Then you got the character sheet they use for the cartoon. So here's Bunny's, and she's all short and stuff like that. They have like where everything should be model wise. Then you have this type of style of Sonic that's used in the Mania cartoon, mini cartoons and all that. And this one's sticking to like closer to the classic Sonic, but he's doing the Sonic OVA type of quills thing. And then you have this Rouge from the racing animation. So she has a little bit more of a blocky look to her, because they might have done 3D modeling with her to a degree and probably just drew over it or something. But she just has like a little bit more angles to her model than she would normally. And then this one's more. This is the Mania thing still. And they just stuck with like Metal Sonic's classic short look and all that. And then you have like the older stuff where it's like Sonic's clearly more rounded. He's a little bit more noodly and cartoonish, and then like his quills are more treated like it's only like one shape, like he has a mohawk. So like if you were to face forward, it would be like that type of thing, which they did in the old cartoon. But if you played the video game like Sonic 2, he would have the typical like three quill shape behind him, and then the 2 that's on his backside. They would do it like that. So yeah, it heavily just depends on who's doing the art style at the time, how they stay close to the character designs, and then if you're making an OC, it boils down to what era are you basing it off of. Are you basing it off of classic, modern, the comics, the cartoons, whatever other middle ground that there is? So yeah, the character models for Sonic are all over the place. It's weird because like they're all over the place, but they're also still like within the same style of shapes and stuff, like the shapes that help identify that these are Sonic characters. So that's the funny part. It's only when you like go out of the box with, or further out of the box with characters like well, that's a good example. So these will be the last ones that I show, and then we'll get back to what I'm doing. Oh yeah, he's definitely a good example. One more. Trying to find like the most drastic character designs. Vector's also one, but I'm gonna pick a different one. Because Vector's interesting. Vector goes from, because like with Vector's original design, he was more noodly, but then when he came back in Sonic Heroes, they buffed him up a bit and made him bigger, so that way he would fit the design, or fit the current look. I guess Vanilla would fall into this. Yeah, so let's show these three for a moment. So you have this Mecha Sonic from the Archie comics, where he looks drastically different from Metal Sonic's look, and obviously because they're two different characters. But it's just interesting on how they make him look lean and tall. Because like again, this is based on Sonic, so judging from his look, you would think that Sonic is more like, looks like a typical like normal body type, like has like long enough arms, long enough legs, the torso and all that. But then you got to remember, Mecha Sonic's only like 3 foot something, because he's Sonic, and all the characters from Sonic are short. But if you look at this not knowing that, you would think that he was just as tall as any other regular person. And then you have Zavik. Zavik doesn't even look like he's a Sonic character. He looks like he's from some. He looks like more like he's from a Mario game, if anything. Like he looks like he would be like a character trying to take over Bowser's kingdom or some shit. Like if I did not know this was from Sonic, I would think he was from Mario or any other cartoony based franchise. And then Vanilla, she kind of breaks the mold a bit because she's taller than most of the other Sonic characters because she's like at least 4 to 5 feet. I want to say she's 4 foot if I remember right because I know she's like the second or third tallest character, not counting everybody, but just like the initial group. Because Dr. Robotnik's the tallest. I think Vector is either the same height or a little bit shorter, and then I think it's probably like Big next, and then Vanilla. So Vanilla's like the fourth tallest or something. But still, it's like you look at that, and then this is something somebody made. I just put it in here just to have it as a reference for if I ever needed to draw her. But if we were going off of like her actual like how her body type might work underneath her outfit, it's like Vanilla has to be somewhat thick because if we're going off of where her hips and backside is and all that, let me get a red. Because if we're going off of where her hips and all that are underneath the dress and like the positions of her legs and stuff like that, she would have to be somewhat thick. Or at the very least, like even if we were going to give her some mercy on her thickness type of thing, it would be more like she would have to be like, hold on, so like this would be her body. Obviously, her backside is to go to this to make her butt curve with the dress, and then she's tugging on the dress too to kind of pull away from her figure. And then if we're trying to match it up with her leg, so like so right here we can't really ignore like it's pretty much in this position, and then hips do curve and the legs do curve, so this part makes sense too. The only mercy we could give her is like assuming her pelvis doesn't go that far down type of thing. It could probably be about here, and then this would probably be like the rest of her leg, and then whatever her calves and all that. So like even if we gave her like some mercy, this is about where we could maybe assume on her. She could be a little bit thinner than that. But still, it's like not knowing what's under there, she's probably thick as hell. So she probably has like one of the more like non-common body types of Sonic characters. So if you were to base a character off of her, you might have a little bit more leeway on figures and stuff. And then, of course, you have Rouge the Bat, who's like one of the few characters that has, cleavage showing. So there's that too. So yeah, Sonic characters, you just gotta pick an art style and era, and go with, and then just go with it after that point, because it's like, almost no matter what you do, either someone's gonna know it's based off of Sonic, or they'll loosely see that's based off the Sonic, or they'll be like, oh, that's based off of Sonic, because they'll have no fucking clue because the character's art style would be so dramatically different from a typical Sonic character. Oh yes, Vanilla does come on top because of that. Nothing wrong with that. It's just funny. And then for me, even though some of my art style is based off of Sonic from the bottom, because that was like my initial starting point was with Sonic, and well, my initial starting point for me specifically was with Sonic X or Sonic Marvel and DC stuff because I read both when I was young. What else at the time? Uh, Trying to think, because those three categories would be the initial stuff. Because I can sprinkle in other cartoons that I've seen throughout the years, like DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, that type of '90s Disney era stuff. With the eyes, the eyes I usually base them off of Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've obviously changed that up a bit too. So yeah, me, I'm a mixture of all of it. The closest I could say to being like Sonic would be this character that I have. As soon as it opens up for me, thank you. This is like the go-to character when I say that I go off of Sonic, but even then, he's so drastically different nowadays. So like the most you get is like the eyes and his face because that's based off of Tails, and then maybe the ear because that could be Bunny. But everything else, like the thick thighs and clothes and stuff like that, that's combination of other stuff that I've done or that I've been experienced to throughout the years. And let me put on another song. Nope, not that one because we just did it. Let's just do this one. Trying to see if I have like another art style that's more Sonic, or close to Sonic, that I've done in recent years. The Creamfield characters, maybe. Well, definitely, Pineapple is close to Sonic style because she is a porcupine, and I purposely tried to avoid making her look too close to like a Sonic character, so I made like her snout bigger, made her more fluffier and stuff like that. Than obviously the thicker body type that she has. But other than that, like I purposely kept the quills like flattened in a way that they are, just so they've referenced that it was a Sonic style type of thing. But yeah, I've tried to well, not even try. It's just like when I'm drawing stuff, I just go with whatever I feel like because I already know what my inspirations are, and it's not hard. And if somebody asks like, "Oh, is this inspired from Sonic?" I'll probably say yes or no depending on the character. Because if it's like, here's a good one. Because if it's like Viro, for example, let me find him. Because if it's like Viro is the least inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog. If anything, he's more inspired. Well, originally he was supposed to be like an X-Men OC. That was my initial take of him when I made him when I was like 13 or 12. Actually, I don't even think I was 13 yet. He was supposed to be more of an X-Men inspired character, but then he became more his own thing because like his belt and pants, that's a reference of Majin Buu from Dragon Ball, from the Dragon Ball series. And then the chest plate thing, I don't even know where the hell I got that from. Probably just put it on him just because I thought it was cool. The scarf, same thing. I thought it was cool, but the symbol was probably just a reference to Kingdom Hearts. Him being a reptile, I just like reptiles. I always like the lizard from Spider-Man, so that's probably a reason why he's a reptile. I can probably say these are probably the head tentacles are probably Sonic inspired to a degree, like Knuckles, but it could also be Kingdom Hearts as well. Actually, Kingdom Hearts wasn't a thing when I made him. When did Kingdom Hearts come out? Let me make sure. When did that come out? 2002. Viro is a... I could have sworn he was 2001. Let me see if I have... Do I still have that in here? Because it might have been a Knuckles thing, if it's not Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if it's in here. Bold work. Let's see. I might have to look for my... This is 2003, but I don't know if it's referencing the other one. I'll go with 2003, but I don't know if I got into Kingdom Hearts at that time. I'll say it's Kingdom Hearts just because I don't know, but it's either Kingdom Hearts or it's Knuckles. Because I did when I made the old comic of World Gates, I did do a bit of Knuckles inspiration with his race, so that could be the thing. And then I just gave him a blade on his tail because I thought it was cool because of scorpions. Because I just thought that was cool. Because his design has changed a lot since the first version. Because the first one's not in here. I don't have it saved, and I have no idea where that went. My brother might have it, but because I had one where I had a version of this where it had all of his versions and it said the years, but it's not in here. I might have removed it since then. Yeah, I'll have to go looking for that at some point. But yeah, like we go with this one, he's more bandaged up and stuff like that. And I would say his head tentacles are more Kingdom Hearts-ish in this version because of the Heartless type of thing. But yeah, like if I told you that I'm inspired by Sonic and showed you him, you're gonna be like, what? But yeah, again, like I'm a mixture of a lot of things that I've grown up with. Because like if I were to like start listing every cartoon and show that I've been inspired by, and ended up with what I have now, you'd question the hell out of it. You'd be like, how the hell did you go from, I don't know, let's just say Rescue Rangers to this type of thing, or whatever else, or Sonic to this? You'd be like, what? But yeah, point of my rant is I give Sonic art style a handicap because it's really hard to come up with an OC for that series and not make it look like it's based off of someone else from official Sonic. And I need Hexava's hat design because the reference here does not give me that, so I have to use myself for that reference. Where are you? Hexava. Where is the best reference for that? Ah, here we go. Let's have her facing the other direction. There we go. Okay, and now can we have it with or without her buckle? Did she even have a buckle? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just a strap. Alright. Yeah. I think my main point is like when you're trying to make like adopts and all that, try to be more original about it. Don't just make it X character but a different color and longer hair and maybe big tits and thighs, and then that's about it. Like there's nothing more unique of the character other than their height and hair and color. I think that's pretty much my main point. it doesn't help that at least when I was growing up with these OC characters, it doesn't help when a lot of them try to tie themselves to the official characters, because then it just causes a lot of plot problems, because like it's different if they're making like their own universe storyline that involves Sonic characters, but when they try to say it takes place in the canon of the main Sonic universe, then it's a problem, because whatever they say ends up contradicting what happens in the story. Or at least the ones that I've experienced, they end up contradicting themselves. I need a better look at her hat. So, there might be a little bit purist bias from me, but I'm also thinking of like, okay, you're basing the character off of the canon rather than making up your own story. So I have to take that into account when you're talking to me about this character, because you don't want to abandon the canon, but your character mentions something that doesn't happen in Sonic or doesn't fit what Sonic and Cast do. So now I have to look at it from a different perspective that doesn't exist, or should not exist based off of the information I'm being told. So that's when Sonic OCs are an issue. But it's mostly story. Design-wise, that's a whole other thing, as we've already talked about. Does curl. I don't see that many Mario OCs, because a lot of them are either just Koopas, Yoshi, maybe a Toad. Very rarely do I see like the other casts used as OC types. I think I've only seen like 2 plumber-based OCs. And I rarely ever see a princess-based one. The only good one that's come up was Bowsette. That one took over like hell. Or like crazy. And then all of the spin-off characters that came from that, like, you know, Booette and all that. What is it that you don't understand? If I am able to shed any light, I will attempt to try. You don't get the appeal? It's probably like, you know, just growing up with the games and playing like the older, more cartoony games that just kind of fit the platforming style where, you know, the games are simple enough where you just run and find items and stuff like that to get through the levels. You know, obstacle course type of thing. Some of the games kind of expand on the characters a little bit more, like the Mario Luigi games, where it gives them a little bit more personality. So if you ever play the Mario Luigi games, those help out a lot to further understand the characters and see their personalities and stuff like that. Paper Mario does a good job with that too, even though there's no voice acting, and Mario rarely or doesn't speak at all in that game, I don't think. But you can see like all the characters' personalities and cartoony antics that happen in those series. So if you ever play those, that'll probably give you a better perspective. The later, more modern games like 64, Sunshine, and so on and so forth, those mostly focus on the other characters. Luigi's Mansion helps out Luigi a lot. Like, that probably is a big reason why Luigi has a lot of appeal, is because of the Mansion series. And it shows like his personality and why he's like, I think that was like more like one of the first times he had, well, not first times, because the cartoons kind of showed off that he was a bit of a scaredy cat, but Luigi's Mansion definitely played off of that a lot more. I'm sure there was like another spin-off game or something that probably went into it more, like the tennis games or something. Yeah. If you play like the RPGs and like Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi, like, because Mario and Luigi games, the Superstar games or what they're called, those are games that really heavily fall in, or show off their personalities a lot more, and that's probably why they have a little bit more, like they're a lot more up there. Plus, you know, growing up with the cartoons back in like the 80s and 90s probably helped too. Um, so yeah, it's more about the exposure, because the same thing can be said for like Sonic, because there are people that don't understand how the Sonic fandom has lasted as long as it has. And a part of it is because of how simple the Sonic art style is, where anybody can make up a Sonic character for the most part, and it would still work. Like, they could, you know, make their own OCs and stuff like that, which is ironic based off of what we've already talked about. And that's probably why I mostly see like Yoshi and the Koopas as OCs, because they have more of the animal cartoon style that's more simple than making up a plumber based character. Because if you're trying to make a character based off of Mario and Luigi, unless you go really crazy with their design, they're just going to look like Mario and Luigi with a different color. The Yoshis and Koopas and all that, because of Paper Mario showed that you can go really drastic of those character designs, as well as the old Mario cartoon with the Koopa Kids, or Koopalings, whatever one you want to call them. They showed how different those characters could look too. And so that gave people a lot more flexibility with OC designs. So that could be that. And then if we're just going off of being fans of the games are enjoyable. Like they're definitely good games. It sucks that some of them that did have story kind of got ignored, because at the time, Mario's creator Miyamoto wasn't really like a big fan of story stuff, so a lot of story got ignored in Mario, mostly Rosalina's backstory, when you find that in her initial game. But I guess he's relaxing more on that, because he's trying to do stuff with the Mario movies, and I guess he might be trying to do something with Star Fox now, because the newest Star Fox game has a lot more character personalities and story going on. So that could be one of the major changes for that series. But yeah, it's easy to see why people like Mario, because I like Mario too. He's not my favorite franchise series, but I still like Mario. But I can definitely see why the fan base is up there. The thing I don't understand when it comes to like overall Nintendo fans is how a lot of them are willing to get shortchanged by the company and be okay with it. Like they get charged more to play the games, but end up getting less in exchange. Because it's like, oh, this game is $80, but it definitely doesn't feel like an $80 game. Or this game is a sequel to, like, let's just say the Paper Mario games. Like, if after like the first 3 or 4 Paper Mario games that released, the ones after that just feel like the series got handicapped. It's like, because of one of the games, I think it was like the sticker game or whatever. That one was like nothing but Toads. None of the other races appear in that game, or if they do, they don't join your party or anything. It's just Mario, and they like strayed away from what made Paper Mario good to people. Like situations like that don't make sense where people will argue for it. Or the same thing goes for Pokemon. Pokemon has the same problem where it's like it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise, and they won't include certain mechanics that the series has always had, or they'll include it one time and then remove it and then put in something else that's either slightly better or worse than what was there before, and then they'll bring back the thing that you liked again but then remove it again. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, it's like, I can understand if something was impossible to keep doing forever. Like, obviously, we're going to get to a point where having every single Pokemon in a game will become harder and harder to do, unless they have, like, a stronger console to handle it all. But when they openly tell us that they've, future-proofed the models so that way they're easier to import and put into future games, but then in the same breath say, oh, we're not going to put the Pokemon in the games because of idiotic regions, like, oh, we're just going to keep it regional based or some bullshit like that. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense, because then they would try to argue like, oh, we're making new models, and then everybody looks at the models and they're exactly the same as the older ones. Then we just know that Nintendo/Pokemon are just bullshitting. And then that's when people have a problem, because they don't like being lied to, and there are plenty of other games to show that Nintendo's bullshitting, because there are plenty of other games to show that whatever it is they're arguing has been attempted and done before. Pokemon spin-offs like Mystery Dungeon are amazing, but unfortunately they get nowhere. Yeah, like, people like Mystery Dungeon, and Ranger, I'm not so sure of Ranger. Ranger was kind of like the not exactly the Black Horse, but it definitely doesn't come up very often. Mystery Dungeon comes up because people like using the Pokemon as OCs, and basically just pick a Pokemon, give it a scarf or something to kind of make it look unique. Maybe like extra frills or something, and then that's your OC, and then you just make it take place in like the Mystery Dungeon universe, and then there you go, you have your RP fun and stuff like that. That's what people mostly like Mystery Dungeons for, because of that. And then obviously the game itself is fun. It's a an RPG version of Pokemon. Well, Pokemon's already an RPG. It's a different take of an RPG for it. Ranger, I'll have to look at Ranger more. I haven't really paid too much attention to that series, but I don't really hear much about Ranger other than like the trainer designs or something. But yeah, it's more like people just get fed up with being lied to when it comes to a lot of Nintendo's choices, because Nintendo tries to make it seem like they can't do something due to hardware limitations, but then they contradict themselves by either doing something that the hardware is capable of, but then they try to say they can't do it in another game, or you know, it could be just that their hardware is just bad, because Nintendo has been trying for the longest to keep their hardware at a certain level, so that way they can keep making their games the way they've been making them. But there's a limit to that, because we're already at the point where PC can pretty much do whatever any of the consoles can do, but better. And Nintendo is going to get to a point where it's just going to have to get to that level, or they can already do it. They're just being cheap about it. But then the problem is like they're trying to charge you premium prices for very low services. So like even with the internet, like everybody knows Nintendo's internet is shit. And then now that they're charging you for it, it's like, well, now you're being charged for bad internet connections and stuff like that. So it's just going to get harder in Nintendo's case, because Nintendo's running out of excuses to be bad in their choices. And then we have scenarios like Metroid Prime 4, where they made it open world in some areas, but there's nothing to do in the open world, or very little to do. And it's like, why do we have this gigantic desert to ride this bike around in if there's no point for it? Like, even if they put in a boss battle, that still doesn't really solve the problem. It just feels like they did it just for the sake of it, because it's like, oh, we could do open world stuff, and it's like, okay, but why? If it's not necessary, then why are you doing it? And that's been one of Nintendo's biggest negatives, is just like they like to add and take away things for no reason. So like with Star Fox Zero, it's like, oh, we added in like all range mode for every level. We added in puzzles and stuff like that, and it's like, that's not really what people who like Star Fox like from the series. And like they tried to do that for Assault, where they made it so that the characters are on foot and stuff like that a little bit more often. But people just like flying around in the planes, man. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's like they're trying to redo what Breath of the Wild did, and the problem is that Breath of the Wild is like Zelda in and of itself is designed to do all that. It's designed for you to run around and collect things and use them for other areas and stuff like that. Mario and Metroid, like, you could do it, but it doesn't fit the genre. Because like Mario fits more because it's a platformer, like, Banjo-Kazooie type of style, so it makes sense for him to run around worlds and collect, stars or coins or whatever it is he needs. Zelda, a lot of that is at least in Breath of the Wild, a lot of that has been like the whole survival aspects of it, because in Zelda it's like, oh, you're in the snowy area, you better use your resources for heat or wear warmer clothing, because if you don't, you're gonna freeze here and die. Like, that makes sense. Metroid, there's little reason for any of that to happen, because one, you're already in a bodysuit. You don't really have the means of eating, because you don't even know if the air is breathable or not. Like, obviously the game could tell you that, and you could have Samus take off her armor, but then it's like, why is she taking off her armor? So you have to make a mechanic that explains that. You can start her off without the armor, and she gets it piece by piece or something, but then you're just going to have like a shit ton of different armors for like, oh, this is for the lava area, or this is for the snow area. Like, you can do all that with Samus, but it just makes little sense given her genre, where the whole point is to find a power-up, backtrack, and go to this point, and then just keep progressing. Like, her games are, even though there's a lot of backtracking, they're still linear. The game still directs you into where you need to go and get those items and then come back. Whereas Zelda, because of Breath of the Wild being so open, you can pick wherever area you want to go to. And even if it's an area that's not good for your character to go so early in the game, you can still figure out how to do it with the limited resources that you have. Mario doesn't even have a resource thing like that, because there's no like area where Mario needs to wear a particular outfit or else he'll die type of thing. Mario's never done that. So it all just depends on how they're manipulating the genre and if they're manipulating it well. Because if they don't, then we're going to have the situation we have with Metroid where it's like, oh, here's open world, but there's nothing to do. Because they didn't like plan it all the way. They just assumed that having an open world was going to be the eye catcher. And it's like, no, we want a game where we have to fucking survive being inside of a enclosed area where we have to like figure out how to defeat certain creatures and stuff and find weapons to unlock other areas. Or in some Metroid games, you can actually bypass certain areas by beating a boss in a particular way, or sequence break certain situations. I guess some of Nintendo's problems is that they sometimes don't understand their own audience. Or if they do understand their audience, they try to get away from it for some reason. It's kind of like when Bowsette became a thing and Nintendo stock went up for a while because of the trend. But then instead of taking advantage of the situation by making a character, like obviously they can't use Bowsette because they didn't create Bowsette, but it was already shown that they had a concepts for like an evil Peach or a Peach that's possessed by Bowser. So instead of capitalizing on the whole Bowsette idea, they instead just say, oh no, only Toadette can use the crown to become Peachette. And then they put like sorry Luigi type of thing, whatever reference that was supposed to be for. And then that was it. They didn't like capitalize on it. They kind of just tried to shut it down, and everyone was just like, well, that's stupid. Same thing for them saying that Peach and Mario are just friends. They're not in a romantic relationship, and everybody thought that was stupid. And that made little to no sense. And sure, if we're going to go off of like actual game lore, you can make that make sense, where because if we're going off of like Mario 3, where it seems like everything is staged, where Peach is purposely getting kidnapped to have thrills, and Bowser gets to, have the princess type of thing, and Mario gets to pretend that he's the hero type of thing. If it's like a three-way relationship situation like that going on, sure. But that's if Nintendo capitalizes off of that, which they'll never admit to if that's the case. But that would make sense. It could be that Peach is not into Mario and that she's actually into Bowser or something like that. But they never set up a situation for that to be true. They'll always make it look like Peach is just going to be her own thing, like when the Mario Odyssey game where she rejects trying to marry Mario or Bowser and does her own thing. And the whole shutting down whether Mario and Peach are dating type of thing. Like, Nintendo is always going to do that. And that's why Rosalina was an issue, because in her story she hints that she's actually the child of Luigi and possibly Peach. But after that game, we never get any other information like that or anything close to story like that, because again, they don't want that for their series for some reason. So yeah, like Nintendo is just in a position where every once in a while we'll get something interesting to happen, but they'll immediately shut it down or ignore it. Yeah, exactly. Like, taking the Metroid out of Metroidvania just makes little sense, and it's the same thing as taking out all the risque stuff from Bound Dust 2. It's like, yeah, it's like, guys, this is what your audience came for. Why are you trying to get rid of it? Or why are you ignoring it would be another case for Nintendo. Because in Nintendo's case, they basically get handed a bunch of interesting information. Yeah, exactly. They're edging their fans, and they edge them all the time. And I think what's worse is that a lot of fans just kind of accept it, or they're too hyper focused into whatever franchise Nintendo has that they're willing to ignore that they're being mistreated. And I think that's like the other part of it, is that a lot of them are okay when stuff that is not good happens that comes from Nintendo, and they won't admit that it's wrong. Like, there are still Pokemon stuff that you can't actually get in the games. Like, I think Victini's Shiny variant, I think that's one that you can't actually get in the games currently. And that's been around for decades. Or for at least a decade. That you have a variant of a Pokemon that you just cannot obtain. And then there are some Pokemon that just only exist as a event catch, that you had to be there years ago to get this specific Pokemon, or else that was it. I think now they might have, if I remember correctly, I think now they might have made it so that every Pokemon is possible, but it takes like 5 games to make them all obtainable. Sounds similar to Sockum, yeah, pretty much. Like, I think right now, currently, in order to get every single Pokemon available to the series, you need at least 5 games to do that. So anybody new trying to get into Pokemon, good luck trying to catch them all, which used to be their slogan, but then they got rid of that too. And like, the only reason why newer kids are even into Pokemon is because of their parents. Like, if you were to try to get them into Pokemon now, it would have, like, without any influence from their parents getting into Pokemon, it would have to be either through the cartoon somehow, even though Ash is no longer the main character of the original series, so you have to get into the current new character somehow. Then you have to possibly be influenced by your friends, because if they're into it, then you're probably going to get into it if it's advertised to you in a certain way. And then good luck with the games, because once you find out that you need the other games in order to get certain Pokemon, then you have to jump through the hoops of getting your parents to get you that version of the game, or to somehow trade with a friend that might have it, or look into like Game Shark or Action Replay to hack the games to get the characters. Like, the amount of hoops that you have to actually jump for a newcomer of Pokemon is absurd. Yeah, because a lot of people who were into Pokemon when Pokemon came out are adults now. They have kids. So that's kind of the only way any new person's going to get into Pokemon. It'll most likely be their parents. Because back when we were growing up, certain parents from our days thought that Pokemon was evil and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, Pokemon's the devil." Like, we had those types of people. So getting people into Pokemon back then was slightly harder. It was easy in terms of getting the games, because back then there was only 2 games, and they're basically the same game, just different versions. So back then it was easier. But nowadays you need like 5+ games just to get the Pokemon that you want into the right game. Because like, say you're playing like Scarlet and Violet, but you can only get the Pokemon from, I don't know, let's just say Shining Pearl or something like that. You have to, 1, get Shining Pearl. 2, you have to gain the ability to even trade them in the first place, because usually that kind of ability is now locked. Like, you have to like beat the game or something or get to a certain point in the game to gain the ability to trade. So you gotta do that. You gotta get Pokemon Bank. So you gotta download an app from another area. So assuming, because like Shining Pearl and all that, it's on the Switch if I remember correctly, so it's not as difficult as you needing a DS and then trading that to Pokemon Bank and then that to Pokemon Home. So I think from that perspective, you can do it from Pokemon Home. But then you gotta do that, and then hopefully you can trade it to your Scarlet and Violet version without any other issues. You probably have to get to a certain point in the game to even gain the ability to trade from there, too. And then you have to be far enough in the game so that the Pokemon actually obeys you. Because that's what the badges were for. They're for making Pokemon obey you. So you gotta do... So in that particular scenario, you need two... Assuming this is as far as you need for a specific Pokemon, you need 2 games and an app to trade to Scarlet and Pearl. Or to Scarlet and Violet. Assuming that you don't need anything else. Because there's a video of a guy talking about how to make this is probably a couple of years old now, but there was a video someone made of, okay, this was the person that won the regionals of Pokemon. Okay, I want to have the exact same team and stats as that person. And so he has a whole video explaining how he's even able to do that, and it took him 6 or so games to even pull that off because some of the Pokemon did not exist until a certain point, or only exist in trading, and a lot of them were spread out in 5 different games, and one of them was Legends Arceus, because that one had a specific variant of a Pokemon that you needed. So he needed 6 games, and then he had to go through the whole get them if he wanted to get them as shinies, then he'd have to make these attempts, or if he needed them as specific natures, then he had to do this, or if he needed specific moves, or has to be born a specific way because that's how they can get a specific egg move. So they had to jump through several hours and games just to make that team. And if we're adding all of that up, it was over, I want to say it was over $400 or so just to get that team. And then God knows how many hours in EV training and blah 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 just to even touch what the champion of the games, the actual player got. And that's how much work you have to put in the Pokemon. Playing Pokemon competitive without cheating is yes, that's exactly that video. It's a full-time job. It's literally that case. That's how crazy Pokemon is if you're trying to take it seriously. And that's if you're trying to take it seriously. If you're not trying to take it seriously, it's just as difficult because some of the stuff you want doesn't exist. Or you have to go through other games to get it. Me, I've played all the games up until Sword and Shield, and the only reason why I stopped now is because I'm oh, Sword and Shield stopped at the point where they were only a few hundred Pokemon away from having the entire dex, and then they just stopped. So whatever Pokemon I can't transfer are basically stuck. So I might bite the bullet and just let my Pokemon fade away in home, because there's nothing more I can do. There's no game that I can put them in where they can stay, because even Pokemon Champions requires a subscription to continue having your Pokemon in the box and have enough space to put your Pokemon in. So that's useless to me. So as far as I'm concerned, Pokemon Sun and Sun and Moon, as well as the expanded games, are the last of Pokemon having everybody. Because there's no other way to have them without, being charged for it. And that's why it's difficult to be a Pokemon fan at this point. Because you're either stuck with whatever you can get from whatever current modern games that you have. You can't trade anybody from the older games past Sun and Moon, or else you're going to be charged for it. And if you want anything currently, you have to get several other games to even have a chance. Even Ash Greninja comes from a discontinued download of Sun and Moon. So you have to find somebody that has a copy of that in order to get Ash Greninja. And each trade is unique to the user. So if you get a copy of it, you have to make it you either have to make a new game, or you have to find a game that hasn't been touched by the Ash Greninja. Like, that's how much work that goes into Pokemon. Yeah, like people, there are people who grew up like, obviously, if you grew up in the era where it was red, blue, green, and red, blue, green, yellow, and then gold, silver, and crystal. Obviously, if you grew up in that area and you had your Pokemon from those games, obviously those don't carry over to the advanced games like Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, because the software just doesn't work for those games. So anything after Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald, I can understand, because you can carry those Pokemon all the way over to now, to current games. The problem is that some of those Pokemon are either not allowed to be carried over, or you require multiple games in order to, and apps and money just to make it happen. So if your Pokemon cannot be put into Winds and Waves, or even just Scarlet and Violet, they're just going to be sitting in Pokemon Home. And Pokemon Home, even though it's only charging you like $16 a year, that's still money that you're being charged every year just to keep your Pokemon from being deleted. And that's not a good feeling. Like, even if it's like, it doesn't matter if you can afford it or not. Like, that's not the point. The point is just knowing that you have to pay money to keep your Pokemon alive. That is the point. And you should not have to feel that way. Like, a video game should not make you worried about that. And true, like, there are obviously other games like MMOs that can give you the same feeling, like, oh no, if this game goes down, my years of playing like Final Fantasy 14 or whatever gacha game that's currently a live service, like, those would make sense. Like, obviously, you know, if any of those services go down, you're going to have the same feeling as you're going to have if something happens with Pokemon. And that's why the whole stop killing games thing is important, because we want it to be so that if those type of games do lose service or do go down for whatever reason, we'll be able to play the games offline and not have that issue. We'll still have whatever we put money into to still be available. But surprisingly, there are people who think that stop killing games is bad. And it's like, oh well, we don't want these companies to have to spend money to keep these games alive forever. And everyone's like, guys, that's not what we're telling you. We're telling you that we want it so that they can make an offline version, and that's it. And it's like, well, that costs money. It's like, yeah, it is going to cost money to make an offline version, because you got to make sure that whatever it is you're patching patches correctly. Sure, but after that point, whatever happens, that's not on the companies. It's just over, and we can just play the games offline, single player, and that's it. But somehow people are dumb enough to think that it's a bad thing, and I don't understand how they got to that point, or if they're just purposely blinding themselves to get that kind of scenario. Yeah, and again, I understand that when you put a lot of money into something and something threatens it to be deleted, yeah, you're gonna get pissed. I would get pissed. That's why it's messed up when people purposely delete like their friends' games or their boyfriend or girlfriend's games as a joke, thinking like, oh, you know, the company can just get it back for you, not realizing that there's a lot of stuff that just can't come back if they delete it or something. Or it's like, oh, you can just play it again, and it's like, no, 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 no. Sometimes there are situations or events that happen that can't happen twice, like collabs, for example. It's like there are situations where a game had a collab with a certain company one time, and if you were there for that time to get that item or costume or character, that was the only time you could get it. And if some dumbass deletes your shit and there's no way for you to get it back, and even starting the game over means there's no chance of you getting back because you're starting at a new point in time, that's it. And some people are just too fucking idiotic to understand that for some reason, and they think like, oh, it's just a game. It's like, okay, it's just a game, right? Okay, so if I set your car on fire, that's just a car, right? Like, you're not gonna get mad if I did that, right? It's like, it's the same logic. It's like, it's just a car, it's not you, right? It's not your life, right? Your life doesn't revolve around this car, correct? Like, let's see how funny it is when something like that happens. But people are always going to twist it and think that you're crazy if you did something like that. But no, deleting their games or whatever other media is okay because they don't care about it. But if you care about it, then that's why it's funny. I know I'm going all over the place with this nonsense, with my rambling. But yeah, that's just a logic that a lot of people tend to do. They try to downplay it just because it's something that they consider to be childish. It's like the same logic with people who think that making art is not a job, which is a crazy thing to think, because artists are involved with so much media, but a lot of people don't think about it that way. Or they just don't consider certain artwork or certain mediums to be official jobs or some bullshit. Like, I've gotten that numerous times throughout the years where it's like, oh, all Viro does is draw. Like, it's like, that's not a job. And I'm like, if I'm getting paid to do it, then it's a fucking job. I don't know how else to explain that. Because sometimes by certain, like, I suppose this is mostly by older people, but it's like, their logic is, like, if you're not, working hard, like, physically, like blood, sweat, and tears type of thing, or if you're not like doing something that affects society, like, I don't know, like construction workers, or I don't know, working at like a big time company or something, then anything else you do is not considered work or some bullshit. Luckily, throughout the years, I've gotten less of that nonsense. But in the early days, that was so annoying to have to constantly hear. Yeah, that's why a lot of movies and movie theaters don't take cartoons seriously, or like a lot of those don't take cartoon movies seriously. That's why we don't see it often, because if it's 3D, they get away with more of like the realism type of aspect of it. That's why people go to those more often. And then, of course, it's cheaper to do to a degree. But when it's like fully like 2D animated, a lot of people still consider those things to be childish, and they just don't want to watch it just because they think it's for kids. And I'm like, guys, we can have adult cartoons. You know this, right? It's not just for kids. Adults can enjoy it too. And a lot of times, kids aren't even supposed to enjoy those things. Like, it's like Deadpool, for example. Like, parents took their kids to see Deadpool, and I'm just like, guys, what are we doing? And like, they'll still bitch about cartoons, but they'll take their kids to go see Deadpool. So that's what confuses me the most, is where parents are completely okay with like real life sexual references and violence, but when it comes to cartoons or anything animated, suddenly it's a problem. That's what confuses me. It's like somehow 2D like artwork, like 2D artwork and animated cartoon animated stuff, like 3D or 2D animation stuff, sometimes 3D but mostly 2D, is somehow worse than live action stuff. And I'm just like, I don't know what you guys are smoking, but you guys need to share, because that is the most ridiculous thing I've fucking heard. Like, I don't know what kind of weed you guys found, but please share. But yeah, I just don't like censorship. And then when it comes to like the whole Nintendo stuff that we've been talking about, I just hate the whole like we're gonna purposely make things worse for our fans and games for money. And it's like, guys, you can get more money if you stop being assholes. It's not like the money goes away if you don't try to shark people. The money's still there. Just make a good thing, a good product, and people will come. Like, whoever said that making a good product would mean you lose money? Unless you just didn't properly, account for the spending and stuff like that. Like, obviously, if you make something good and it's expensive to make, but you're charging like $1 to people to use it, then yeah, you're gonna lose money. That that logically makes sense. That's why you charge accordingly. But if you like remove features and make the stuff that people know you for worse, and then you're sitting there scratching your head, oh, how come this didn't sell well? Well, it's because you neutered it. Because that's what happened with a lot of their older games, where they make a new one, but then it doesn't do well because whatever it was that people liked wasn't in the new game or new whatever, and it ends up not doing well, and then they just sit there going like, why didn't it do well? Because that's what happened with Star Fox like 2 or 3 times. Same thing for Sonic games. Like, Sonic games had their moments of making a terrible game despite using similar tactics that they did before. Like, they have Sonic Generations. Everybody loves Sonic Generations. Everything about that game was good except for pretty much the final boss. I was like, the only real bad thing about it was just like, the final boss was kind of lacking. So then they make Sonic Forces, and Forces is like, damn, half the levels feel like demo levels because they're only like a minute long, and that's not even like you just like blazing through it with the dash ability. That's just literally the length of the level. It's like less than a minute because it's not that big, and all the other problems that Sonic Forces has. And so when they're sitting there going like, wow, Sonic Forces didn't do well, we're wondering what happened, and they try to change it up with other games, it's like, well, no, you guys just did it wrong. Ever consider doing a VC while streaming? What's VC? Is it going on 3 hours? Wait, what? Oh shit, it's already 11:50. I did not know I was already past that. Oh, voice chat? Maybe, but I don't really have others really voice chat, especially at this time of night. Maybe, I don't know. It would depend on the people. But yeah, I did not notice that I was already streaming for 3 hours. I thought it was still 2 hours. Oh well. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm already in rant mode. But yeah, I it's just within the past couple of years, or even and especially this year, we're just in a weird time where a lot of the things that we have are being torn apart or crippled because of dumbass people either wanting more money or wanting people's information, or they're trying to cancel things or censor them because they don't like it, because they can't split things between reality and fiction, and they keep saying that's for the children, but we all know that's a fucking lie. And it's just going to make everything worse. So the best that I can do is just either voice my opinion, chip in wherever I can when it's to support, keeping whatever we have intact, and try to adapt when things do change. Because I know at some point something idiotic is going to keep me from making whatever it is I'm making. Like, at some point someone's going to say, oh, waking art is bad or something like that, and then it's going to get flagged or removed, or I'm gonna get in trouble with whatever site, blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I have to jump through hoops to make it so I can still make what I make. Because it's already bad enough that stuff like Vor and all that is considered too much, and so I have to jump through hoops for that. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a goddamn drawing. Or it's like, oh, hypnotism is not consent. I'm like, yeah, but it's still a drawing. Like, the whole point of hypnotism is to remove someone else's will. That's like the story. That literally happens in Jungle Book. What, you're gonna go to Disney and say, hey, we don't like that to Disney? They did it twice. They did it both cartoon and live action. So what are you gonna do? Lost track of time because of my ranting hard tonight. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a lot of dumbass stuff that people just try to, and you know that the sites that like Patreon and Subscribestar and whatever else that have to deal with this nonsense, you know none of them care about it, but because they're getting pushed into those positions, they just have to be like, okay, you guys, you have to show that the characters are consenting, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, because you know it's always something stupid. At no point has it ever not been something stupid. Like Subscribestar for a while had to ban furries. I was like, are you fucking serious? That's like 80% of your fucking fan base at that point. Or your support. And Patreon had to jump through that nonsense too at a certain point. And there's so much more. Like, when it comes to like the real life stuff, I get it. That makes way more sense than any of the illustrated stuff or CG stuff. And then even with the CG stuff, there's like a limit to that. Like, obviously, if you're making CG content of somebody that exists in real life, then yeah, that can be a bad thing. Like, I get that. That makes perfect sense. But to stuff like, oh, you can't make adult content of, I don't know, let's just say Pokemon, for example. Outside of copyright, that makes no sense. It's like, guys, it's not real. But that's why Pokemon, you gotta be like, okay, anytime you're doing anything with any type of copyright infringement stuff, like, that's up to how the companies even focus on it. Nintendo is more gun-ho about suing or copyright strike stuff and all that in DMCA because, one, they just don't like people doing it, and two, they don't want people getting confused with their stuff, because that can be a thing. If people confuse fan-made stuff with real life with the official stuff, then it becomes an issue. So that makes sense. But outside of that, it's like, guys, it's not real. Why are we going through all this? I remember the days where all I had to worry about was somebody being upset that I drew a fat character. That was it. That was the extent of my drama. It's like, oh, fat is not attractive. I'm like, okay, you don't have to be here for it. I was like, it may not be attractive to you, but it's attractive to someone else. That was it. That was the most of my drama. No, the second highest thing I had as drama was somebody thinking I didn't draw my own word. That's it. It was fat's not sexy and you didn't draw that. That was the extent of my drama. Now it's like, you can't do that because it's not consensual. It's like, guys, they're a drawing. They have no free will. Whatever happens is because I drew it that way. Like, what are we doing? And like, and again, I understand if you're trying to like prevent children from seeing certain content, that is perfectly fine. But that's what tags and stuff like that are for. So as long as the person is you know, properly tagging their shit, there shouldn't be a problem. And if they didn't properly tag their shit and they get reported for that, that's their problem. Like, that's on them. They didn't do it properly, so they get tagged or they get reported for it or in trouble or get a warning or whatever else that could happen. So it's really not that hard for all of this to work out. It's really not that hard. Like, it's literally one of the simplest things you could do. You could handle, and yet there's still dozens of people out there trying to make it harder, either out of boredom or sheer spite. Well, anyway, that's me ranting for, I guess, 2 fucking hours. I'll shut up now. I need to wrangle that in more often. I know I rant about either the same shit over and over, or just go into a tangent. You mean 3? Yeah, I'm pretty much 3 hours at this point. Some of it, though, was talking about the whole Sonic art style thing, about how that's a bit difficult to make an OC out of, or even adopts, because it's all gonna boil down to, you know, looking like X character or something. So unless you go out of the box, like with Bunny or Zavik or something, it's just gonna get harder to make your character look more unique. That's why everybody liked the avatar from Forces that they nicknamed Gadget. That's why everybody likes him. He's like really unique. And then Whisper came from that. From the character creation designs. Yeah, Becky's like, is he done yet? Is he done bitching? Okay, still need to draw her dress thingy, her skirt dress, whatever the hell that's supposed to be, whatever that's called. Rap? Yeah, that makes more sense. Maybe I'll make this a separate piece that can come off, just so I don't have to delete everything that's under here. Maybe. We'll see how I feel about it. Probably will keep it just so I have it as a reference. That is not what we wanted. There we go. What time is it? Oh, I say what time is it as if I don't know. It's fucking midnight. I should probably eat something after the stream. Make me some taquitos. That'd be nice. Make some taquitos, watch an episode or two of Beavis and Butthead, and then draw or work on the Hitty comic. Because I need to get that done. And then work on the Slice of Life and Fat Lovers Club stuff. I want to make another Hush too. I think I'm gonna stop trying to make schedules for streaming and just stream whenever I feel like it. I'll still try to stream often, but just so I can rack up hours and stuff like that. But I think I just do worse when it's planned, and it's just better off when I'm in the moment. And then I still want to make an animatic, so I'm gonna try to do that this weekend. Just do it, because I did make a few sketches, or roughs of it, but I think I can do better than that. Because I made those when I was house sitting, and God, the setup that I had there was awkward. So I think I can do better now that I'm home. Might change the character that I drew initially, but I'll have to look at the other character that I have in mind and see if they fit the role. If not, then I'll stick with what I already have. Now I'm just thinking, it's quiet. Too quiet. Uh, if they wanted to make clip farming just to boost, if you're talking like for me, I mean I can do it myself. All I need is just like a catchy song and just show screenshots of my comics or something. But if I want to do something more unique, then it'd have to be either like an animatic, like those Sonic shorts that are on YouTube, that where you just take clips from either you take clips from a show and just have the Sonic characters acting it, or you just voice it yourself. Like me, I would have to use, like if I did use my own voice, I'd probably use Audacity to tweak it, so if I do other characters, they'll sound a little bit different. So that would be weird, but I could do it. There are ways to do it. I just have to put in time for it. Like, it's not hard. I just have to make the assets to make it happen, to make it work. And then if like say if I did it, I would use, like if I were to do it, this was my initial thoughts about doing something like that. I would probably just use the Creamfield cast for whatever skit, because they're the most colorful characters I have currently, and they can kind of just fit whatever. So if I were to do something similar, it would be using them. So just have to see what I could do in that situation. But first I'm going to start with something simple, or relatively simple. I don't know what more simple I can think of that fits me in terms of what I would like to do. But start with something simple and then work my way up. That way I can build up whatever program layout to make it easier as I move forward, and then go from there. So that's what I'm going to try to do this weekend. I'm going to try to make a short video, like not like YouTube Shorts, but just like a regular video type of thing, and then go from there. Or if I really want to keep it basic as a practice thing, just do something Sonic related, because that's probably either Sonic related or whatever current show is hot, like Amazing Digital Circus or Hell of a Boss and Hazbin Hotel or whatever else. Like, that part's not hard to figure out. Like, if I'm trying to just jump in and try to get some kind of attention, picking any of those is the easiest way. But if I'm trying to like make it my own thing, then it's just me gonna boil down to me making the content in order to put it up there. Oh yeah, I did the gacha thing for fun. Yeah, I just did that for fun. There wasn't really a point to it. Some people did ask me if it was like an actual game, and I said no. If I could make an actual gacha game, I would. If I was gonna make an actual game like that, it would be an RPG. It would be if I would probably make it in the style of either Arknights or Brown Dust 2. Brown Dust 2 if I wanted to go for like crazy animation stuff, if I had the time to do something like that, or at least gain the ability to hire people that could do something like that. Like, that would be the goal. If I were to try to do something like that, I would, one, try to make something to make enough money to be able to hire people that have the skill to do something like that at a faster pace or a more higher quality. And then two, I would make it either a tower defense thing like Arknights or an RPG like Brown Dust or even like Final Fantasy, like something RPG based, because I think RPGs are just better at showing off characters. Like, all right, take care, be safe. There was one animation somebody did. I don't. Let me see if I can show it on here or not. I should be able to bring it into Clip Studio. Let me see. There was an animation somebody did of it was like oh, I think I need to import. It was like a offshoot Pokemon RPG, but it gave like all the Pokemon like crazy supers and stuff. Yeah, this thing. Video contains audio. Sure. Yes, whatever. Just do it. Okay, so let me make this larger. So this was something that a like I think it's like Chinese or Korean or whatever. Let me bring up the timeline so we can see it. Where is it? Where's my timeline? Oh, window timeline. There it is. Okay. Hopefully it'll play. Where's the controls? Where are the controls? I know they're here. Where are they? No. Damn it. Or why is it? There's that. Edit timeline? No. Might have to bring it up as a separate thing. Where is it? Don't you hate it when the controls of something that you know works just doesn't show up for some reason? Is it this? No. No. Why is this hard? Audio and action. Defaults. No. 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 God damn it. Maybe I have to put it in something else? Okay, let me do this a different way then, since it's being finicky. Let me see. Why is that there? Okay, I'm gonna have to bring in another source. Media file. Add. File. Browse. Grab it. Okay. So this is slightly different. But see, this series is just based off of Pokemon. See, this is just based off of Pokemon, but they give them like ridiculous super animations, and it looks fucking crazy. And this is something Nintendo will never do. It's like, they'll make gachas and just give you like the bare minimum, but this is like going crazy with their RPG mechanics and stuff like that. So if I ever made a game, I would do it like this. I would just make the RPG, give the characters like a ridiculous animation for like their ultimate attack or something like that. Like, look at this. I'll try to make it bigger. There we go. So yeah, like, look at this. Like, sure, they're showing some of the legendary Pokemon doing this, but some of like the non-legendaries also have crazy animations like this. Like, this is something I would want to do. I don't know how long this animation is, but I'll just let it ride. But yeah, like, in some cases the animation's like really simple because they're using some puppeting, like they're making just certain body parts move and leaving it kind of static, and then only like animating what is necessary, and then they use CG for other parts of the animation. But then like even the CG is like a little bit simple. It's like flat textures, or like they're using planes to make the animation. But yeah, like look at this. Like, if this was used for just regular Pokemon games, like, not even, like, full-on CG, like, if they did this for, like, if this was, like, the evolution of what they did for Black and White, and they just kept doing 2D animation, this would be amazing. If Pokemon went into this direction. Like, this would have been peak for Pokemon. Like, yeah, CG and 3D still would have been good in some aspects. Like, they could easily do that for any game. Like, they could have saved the CG stuff, 3D stuff, for like the Legends series, so like Legends Arceus and Legends EA and all that, or anything else that involves Pokemon being in an open world type of thing. That could have been fine. But in terms of like the standard games and stuff like that, they could have did something like this. like, you could have the environments be in 3D, so that way you can have the trainer, you know, go all around the world and stuff like that, Paper Mario style. But in terms of like the battles, they could get the Pokemon 2D and done crazy shit like this. Like, look at that, that looks awesome. Like, we would dream of having Pokemon have attacks that look like this. Like, the closest we ever got to Pokemon having attacks like this was, Pokken. Like, Pokken did stuff like this. Like, Jesus, look at that. Yeah. And they could get a hell of a lot more creative with 2D, because 3D has its limits, and, you know, you could kind of say that for 2D, but you can easily mix the two, so that if there's something that has to be in 3D or can be partially 3D and animated in 2D, then you can do it. Like, they do that nowadays, like the Shadow Generations enemy was done in CG mixed with 2D, and it was like drawn over or drawn in tandem, like, so it's all doable. So if Pokemon ever did something like this, like, goddamn. Like, look at this attack, look at this. It's like, I'm gonna punch you into glaciers, then the sky, then the fucking mountains throw you into a volcano and just fucking supernova this whole entire fucking plane of existence. And like, that was for one attack. It's like, goddamn. And like, if we did that for every Pokemon, or not even every, just like the major ones, like, you know, evolutions for the 3 starters, the legendaries, the pseudo-legendaries, the mythics, and maybe like the popular ones like, you know, Pikachu, Meowth, whatever. If each of those Pokemon got like a super ultimate animated attack like this, good lord. And again, this is like an offshoot game that's not official. This is not an official Pokemon game. This is just something another country did. I want to say it's China, it's like Korean or China or something. It's one of those two. But yeah, this is just some offshoot game that another country did. Yeah, like characters like Darkrai and even like the gods or whatever, the other god level Pokemon can do shit like that. So it's not like out of the possibility. It's like, oh wow, they're just making the animation ridiculous. Like, oh, this kind of fits a lot of the characters that in lore could do this anyway. Like in lore, Zekrom or Reshiram or yeah. But anyway, that's what that was. And I think there's one more. Let me see if I can put it in here. Properties. I'll just show this real quick since we're here. Well, I got 2 more actually. But yeah, like here's another one. Just look at this. So yeah, just Pokemon. This is how you know Nintendo is holding. Well, Nintendo, Pokemon Company, whoever the fuck is in charge of Pokemon. This is how you know they're being held back, because they could have been doing shit like this. Like, that's how you know. And granted, the battle mechanics for this game are probably really simple. Like, maybe the standard attacks are like really basic, where it's just like a fireball, maybe a slash, or a combination of the two, you know, that kind of thing. But if, like, again, if you just had one attack that did something like this for each powerful Pokemon or popular Pokemon in the games, this would have set Pokemon hella high in terms of like animation, presentation, the wow factor that you've mentioned. Like this would have easily put Pokemon up there, and would have shown the amount of effort that the games could put in. Like, I would rather have a 2D Pokemon game again that could do something like this than anything that we have in the 3D stuff. And again, some of the 3D stuff has been good to a degree, I mean, Pokken does a better job with it because the Pokemon get to go crazy in those. Obviously, the stadium-based games are fine in 3D because they're whatever, but you could easily put those in 2D as well. But anything else, it's like nothing. Like we haven't benefited from having a air quotes open world Pokemon where Pokemon are running around. Like there wasn't really a benefit to that. I'll show one more. There's one more part to it. There was no benefit to it. It was just kind of there. And technically, Pokemon was already open world. It was just in 2D. So it wasn't like they were doing something entirely new. Like, look at this. and this is just like a special skin for a Pokemon. Like, this isn't even like something the Pokemon would do on its own naturally. Like, so if Nintendo ever gave Pokemon like skins and all that, they could do something like this too. But that part wasn't even necessary. Like all the skin stuff, that's not even needed. Like you don't have to do that. That's just a bonus if you decided to go that far. But yeah, again, if I ever made an RPG that did something in the same rhythm as Brown does too, it would be like this. This would easily be my decision if I had the ability to do it. So maybe someday. My first step is to make something that makes a lot of money. And then once that happens, we can move forward and make something like this. Or even something more animated or something. Whatever. But I gotta get there first, so be patient. I know I've been doing this for several years now, but I haven't tried touching video-based stuff, so I just gotta do my best to try to get here. But again, like, goddamn, these animations are fucking crazy. Like, look at this. This is for Celebi. Like, how often has Celebi really been that big of a character in Pokemon? Like, yeah, he had that one movie, and that was kind of it. Like, he did all of that, and that was just for one attack. Genesect, I expected to have something crazy. And this is just based off, and this is just referencing the movie when there was multiple of them. But that's like the extent of the reference, because obviously he doesn't fucking nuke the moon. Like Origins, Groudon, it's like the amount of effort this game goes into is crazy. I don't even know if this game is still around. But yeah. And I guess that's the end of that. But yeah, that was just a random company doing insane animation for a 2D version of Pokemon. Oh yeah, I can turn this off. I'll have to figure that out later. Yeah, like the skins in Pokemon Unite are awesome. We rarely get something like that in the standard games, and most of the time it's just for either Pikachu and sometimes Eevee, because Eevee is up there in popularity. But most of the time it's Pikachu. And don't get me wrong, I like Pikachu, but not that fucking much. It's like, yes, I know it's your Mickey Mouse of video games, but damn. It's like, give everybody else a shot. Like, the closest we have to skins are shinies. For everybody. Like, I know I'm bitching a lot. Like, some of this is just me, you know, kind of over-ranting. Like, I get it. But I guess I just care more about the series than I actually should. Because, like Pokemon's not even my favorite series. Like my favorite series is Sonic. Sonic is a lot of hit and miss. Lately, it's been a lot of hits because they're trying to make the series better, which is good. Pokemon feels like it should have had these things going already, and they're just barely scratching it, and that's because Nintendo takes their sweet time capitalizing on things that should have been the norm already. Comparing Pikachu to Mickey is so true. I mean, yeah, he is at this point. Pikachu's basically the video game Mickey Mouse. And it's kind of ironic because both Disney and Nintendo are having rough moments. Disney because of greed, and Nintendo because of greed. It's like, damn, it's almost like you guys are fucking up in the same way. And the answer is so simple. Stop doing that. Stop making things harder for the sake of money. And again, that's more of a, that's also like an economy thing as well. It's like things are becoming unnecessarily more expensive than they need to. Like with video games, it's like, oh, if we increase the amount of money that we spend to make the game, that means we'll make more money back, right? And it's like, no, that's not how that works. Just because you spent a shit ton of money doesn't mean your game or movie or music or whatever it gets better. It boils down to quality and whoever the hell is in charge of it. Because you can have all of the best developers in the world to make a game or a movie or a cartoon or whatever, but if you have somebody in charge who tells them to make bad decisions, then the result is something bad, then that's all there is to it. Like, you fucked up. You had all the resources and money or whatever in the world, but you decided to tell them to do something horrible, like make a bad decision, and it all went to shit. I mean, look at Teen Titans Go. We have all the original voice actors for the main cast, but we're wasting our time and money and resources on basically essentially a baby slop cartoon. That's all it is. That's all Teen Titans Go is. Like, there's nothing more to it. And even the show acknowledges this. Like, they admit that is the case. They even made that versus movie of Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans, and the regular Teen Titans Robin points this out. So they're hyper aware that this is the case for that show. And yet we're stuck with Teen Titans Go. We could have had the continuation of Teen Titans, but no, we're stuck with that. So that's like the biggest example of that being a problem. Recycle and remake. I would honestly would rather have them just re-release the old cartoons in theaters, or open their vault to resell the DVDs or whatever with extras and stuff like that. I would rather them do that than to attempt to remake them or in live action, or even remake them in 2D if they ever attempt to do that. God help us if they do. But or remake them in 3D. Either of those would be weird. But I would prefer them to just re-release the original films over and over again than what they're doing now. Because what they're doing now isn't even helping. Like, they're not making it better. They're adding in things that don't make sense. Because they're trying to get with the times, but the times doesn't work for some stories. Like, for example, like, if they're, like, for Beauty and the Beast, when they were trying to insert the whole, like, gay relationship thing, I don't have a problem with gay relationships. That's perfectly fine. Like, I don't care. But if you're trying to insert it into a timeline where that sort of thing was shunned upon and not seen as a good thing, That doesn't make sense to do in that era. That doesn't make sense. So why would you put it there? That would be like making a Sonic cartoon, but it's with a bunch of humans that transform into Sonic characters. It's like, that was never a thing. You're trying to say it's part of the same universe, so that doesn't make sense. So why would you do it? So if it doesn't do well, you can't complain because you made it crappy. Like, you intentionally ruined something that was fine as it was. And it's perfectly fine to remake something, but you gotta do it well. Like, you gotta do it with the intention of staying close to the source material as possible. Like, you can always change things up a bit, as long as it fits the universe, fits the narrative, fits the original intent of whatever it is you're remaking. But you can't go so far off the track that it's no longer what it was. And that part's probably the hardest thing if you're trying to like insert something new into an existing property. Like, that part's probably the hard part. But then it still drums up the question, was it necessary to change it in the first place? Like, if I'm making a Power Rangers show or movie or something, and I decide to make half the team be gerbils, like just gerbils, like not even vary up the animals, just make half the team gerbils and still treat it as normal Power Rangers. Like, does that even make sense? Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Sure, there can probably be a narrative or something to explain it, but it'd be weird. Like, Mini-Force makes more sense than that. Like, Mini-Force is literally just animals that transform into Power Rangers. Like, literally their bodies change size and shape to be Power Rangers. Like, that makes more sense than what I just said about with the gerbils. Or how the Power Rangers remake movie, the 2000 whatever, like 12 or something like that, I forget when it came out. But that movie was only bad because, one, they didn't really show off the Ranger characters that often, or like them being in Ranger suits that often, and two, they were like trying to push in the whole like gender stuff or like gay relationship, blah blah blah, autism stuff too. That part wasn't as bad, but there was too much focus on it. And sure, a lot of the good parts about Power Rangers is understanding the characters and the character development and stuff like that, but they were pushing that more than the actual action stuff that people are there for. So that feels more like it should have been something that if the reboot had gotten an actual show, that would have been fine. But because they were trying to push that into a 2-hour movie where like 70-80% of the movie was that just made the movie worse, because it's like, guys, you're ruining it, and it's your first movie. One time I heard YouTubers say something interesting about current Harry Potter series, like if other companies realize making a use of their IPs is profitable, many pre-established media IPs would make their own MCU equivalents instead of making something. Yeah, that's the hard thing, because alternate universes of stuff like Harry Potter is incredibly hard, because you already have the initial movies and books which have the characters established, and if you're trying to make like the reboot series or the new series that's coming or is out already, if you're trying to take liberties with something like that that's supposed to be heavily based off of the books and stuff like that, doing things like changing Snape, for example, because that's the one I've heard, because I haven't seen anything else about that series other than what they were doing with Snape. Changing him makes the least amount of fucking sense, because you already have a description of him in the books. We already have a pre-existing thought process of how he should look based off the movies and stuff like that. And trying to go way out of base by changing the ethnicity, because again, I don't have a problem with this if you make it make sense. But this doesn't make sense because you got to remember, Snape was bullied and stuff like that in the original story. So for suddenly making him a black character who is being bullied and treated badly and stuff like that, that just comes off as racist at that point, and that's not even the intent of that initial encounter in the story. So it's like, great, so you took something that had nothing to do with race, and now it's about race because you changed the character's ethnicity. Even though the story may not say it's about race, people are going to think that unintentionally. So there's certain aspects that you can't do that like that, especially if you're trying to say this is part of the same initial universe. Something like Miles Morales from Spider-Man makes sense because he's his own character. He's not like Snape. Like, Snape is just the same character but a different ethnicity at that point. Miles Morales is literally a different character, and he makes sense because he takes over from Peter Parker in that universe. Because in the comic books, Miles Morales, he had a chance to help Spider-Man, and he chose not to because he didn't want to get involved. He's like, that's not my business. That's him and all that. I'm just going to leave it alone. And then when Spider-Man dies, he feels guilty about what happened because he had a chance to save him, and he didn't. Whereas in the movies, Spider-Man tells him to run, and so he does, but then he feels bad that he feels like if he had stayed, maybe he could have did something to help. But the better choice was for him to run, of course. But in the initial comics, he chose not to help. He just didn't help at all. He had no intention of helping. And he felt guilty about that. You already know it's not about making sense. It's rather about making fans buy the same thing repeatedly. Well, yeah, buying the same thing repeatedly, that's going to be a thing forever if you're trying to keep a franchise going. Like, that's literally what Pokemon is. You're trying to get them to buy pretty much the same thing over and over with minor tweaks. But it's all about the intent and how you do it. Like, what kept people going with the initial Pokemon games was like, oh, I can carry my Pokemon over to the new game and use them in the new game, and then keep getting more Pokemon, and then the art style is getting better, there's animations to it, blah blah blah. The problem with Pokemon now is that they keep shortcutting stuff and they keep shortchanging their fan base, so it's like now you're getting less and less and less for each new game rather than what you already had. Because people forget that we had triple battle stuff in Pokemon. Like, we had triple battles for a point in time. And then that went away because they were trying to do more with Sun and Moon, and they were like bad with their modeling and stuff like that. The data was like, they're just losing memory and stuff like that because they're making poor decisions. And then when it came to Sword and Shield, they had all the models for the Pokemon to come over, but they just chose not to do it for some crazy reason, and they try to make up excuses for it, and people prove them wrong. So that's just showing bad faith that Pokemon was capable of doing all this stuff, but they were lying. If they had just told the truth and just said, hey, we don't want to put them all in the game, we're just gonna make it more region based or whatever reasoning they would have, if they had just told the truth on why they weren't adding all the Pokemon, people would have been fine with that. It would have sucked, but they would have been cool with that. But the fact that Pokemon was lying about why they weren't doing it, that's what pissed everybody off. And sure, Pokemon's in a unique spot where they're always going to sell a shit ton of copies because there are just some people who are not going to speak with their wallets type of thing. Like, that's just going to happen until Pokemon does something so bad that even those people have to go, okay, yeah, that's fucked up, we're not supporting that type of thing. They would have to get to that point for it to be the case. But yeah, Pokemon's in a unique spot where they can intentionally fuck up and still make money, but that's not going to happen with every franchise. Like, that definitely doesn't happen with other Nintendo games and like Sonic games and stuff like that. If they're bad, they're bad. And it reflects that. Pokemon just manages to get away with it because not only does every game sell to a certain degree, even if it doesn't sell as much as another version, it still sells well. But then they also have, you know, merchandise and other stuff that goes along with it. So Pokemon's always going to do well until they fuck up so hard that it's unignorable. Like, they would have to really do something bad for them to not be not be ignored. Who knows what that will be? Because right now, Pokemon Champions, even though it's a free-to-play game, it still has its issues, especially with the whole you're gonna have to pay to keep your Pokemon in boxes nonsense. And then you're already paying twice for the internet because you're paying for the initial internet, and then you're paying for Nintendo's internet. So you're already double dipping into internet costs. And some people still excuse Nintendo for it, but again, until Nintendo does something incredibly bad for the franchise and as well as the company, people who choose to be ignorant or dumb about it are going to excuse it. And that can happen with other companies too. Like, there's always going to be something that people will excuse or something to some level, but at a point they're going to be like, okay, yeah, no, that's bad, and they're going to not excuse it. But it just depends on what it is and how it's done. All I can do is just focus on myself. If I'm ever in the position to make a RPG like game or even a gacha game somehow, I'm just gonna try to make the experience enjoyable in the way that I like. So, like, again, if I ever did an RPG or a gacha game or whatever, I would do it in the style of Brown Dust 2 or even that offshoot Pokemon game, just because I like the art style and stuff like that. And I would try to make it, if it was going to be gacha, I'd try to make it as user friendly as or player friendly as possible, and not try to like go crazy with polls and stuff like that. Or if anything, I would just make it so like, here's the character, and if I choose to make you paid to get the character, then it would just be like a flat thing, and that'd be the end of it. I'm not going to make you roll for the character when you could just have the character. And then if I wanted to do anything that actually involved spending money, it would probably just be cosmetics or like a special animation or something. It's like, oh, here's Marcy eating a whole cake, special animation, there you go, buy it $5, done. And maybe like certain characters get more animation moves than others or something. Like, oh, here's Skylar's animation where he's using the devil arm or whatever. Like, that's the extent I would go. Like getting, like, doing random chance to unlock a character I dislike. I'm glad Brown Dust 2 and Arknights are more lax on that. But ultimately I would not do that. I would just, if you're gonna pay money for something, let it be cosmetics or special animations or something. Like, pay to win is just dumb. If it's like an MMO, then sure, fuck it. Pay to win. I don't care. If you're willing to spend a shit ton of money for a special weapon, that's your business. The art's coming along. I know, but thanks, but I'm taking so long on this artwork. I know I'm, like, part of me is ranting too much. So I know I'm taking a lot longer than I probably should on this. Although, this character in particular is a little bit harder in general, but there's definitely parts of this that I could have been done with already. So, sorry for that. I'll try to speed it up a bit. Definitely need to fix this. This goes further in there. There we go. So I'll probably stop streaming in a moment. I just want to make sure I get her line art done. So yeah, so like her wrap is just gonna be a separate item, so that way I can see her without it on when I need to use her for reference. So yeah, that'll be a separate item when her artwork's done. The markings on her are going to be color texture or color layer, so those will be put in when I start coloring her. Trying to see if there's anything more to do before I stop. Pretty sure I got the most of the crazy parts on her. Can thicken up her hands, her fingers a bit more. I think I was in the middle of doing that and then I got distracted by my ranting. Yeah, I'll make her nails longer too. This finger we can just fix in general. This could be a little bit thinner. You know what? Let's just redo that finger. There we go. Let's fix this. Yeah, that's bad. I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. Maybe do 1. Yeah. Something about it I don't like. I think it's better off that way. Might just be the way of drawing it. Alright, I'll leave it alone. This needs to be fleshed out though. Alright. Not giving me that sinister feel though. I feel like I did something off on this. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it now. But yeah, thank you for coming. I know I ranted like hell this time around for my first stream back or whatever the case may be. I'll continue. Either I'll continue working on this, or I'll just save it for the next stream so we can finish her off by coloring and all that. Yeah, I'm just gonna work on stuff like the Hetty versus Marcy comic, the Slice of Life, the Fat Lovers Club, hopefully another Hush picture. Um, Super long, but also I know I know I babbled about these subjects before. They just get me triggered, I guess would be the best way to put it. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna keep working on all that. There's still stuff I want to do. When it comes to streams, I'll do my best to stream as often as I can to build up the time and all that. But if I don't, then hopefully I'll put that attention into making an animatic. And again, I'm gonna try to start with something simple, and release as simple as I can, based on whatever idea I have. And if I can, I'm gonna try to double stream, so like stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, since I do have people that are on there. I'll do my best to try to stream them both. See what I can do on that. But yeah, I will try this again next week for streaming to stream more consistently and stuff like that. If not, then I'll just hyper focus on trying to do something video wise. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming and dealing with my nonsensical ranting about censorship and video game bullshit for like the umpteenth time. But it is what it is. But yeah, I will take off for now. I'm probably gonna take a break and eat something before getting to work on the comic stuff. But yeah, once those are ready, I will post them and such, and we'll just save Hexava for another stream. Hopefully, it won't be 4 fucking hours of me bullshit of me bitching again, but I'll I'll try. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming.